Right, and we are now live running a couple freight trains on the layout. It's been a while since I've done a live stream, so I'm pretty excited to be back here. There has been a little bit done to the layout since the previous live stream. I'm not going to go into too much detail because that's actually going to be part of a future video, and it's not operable yet. I haven't tested any of this new section out right here, but stuff is coming along down here. Anyway, hopefully some people will join in soon. I'm going to set it to live chat. Just before we kind of get into things, something I just wanted to quickly bring up is a bunch of comments I've been getting recently, and actually an email is I guess some people's comments are not showing up in the live stream, and I always set it to live chat just so that I hopefully can see everybody's messages. But there was a lot of people that say, SMT, why are you ignoring me? And I just want to say, for the record, I don't intentionally ignore anybody unless they're talking about something that's inappropriate or like politically charged. Otherwise, I'm happy to read anybody's messages. So don't feel left out. I do feel sorry that there are people that think I'm trying to single them out. It's not the case. I promise you that. But I just wanted to mention that because I got an email recently, and it was completely respectful. It was nicely worded and everything, but at one point they said, as for people who accuse you of ignoring them, I've got to say I agree, and it's just not the case. So I just wanted to kind of explain some stuff there. Anyway, got a whole bunch of people, already 80 people in here. Welcome, everyone. And can you run some Australian trains at this time? Yeah, I don't see why not. I can probably put a V-line locomotive on. Maybe some sort of a B-class or something. What do you think about the Reading Northern 2102? I don't know too much about it. I have seen videos of it, but that's about it. What's the worst way to kit bash a model train? Buy a really expensive model kit and mix it with junk parts. When is the layout update? I'm not sure. I just started filming the video a few days ago. I was away in Maine for a while, so I'm just kind of getting back down to working on things here, but probably within the next week. Are you ever planning to see the big boy? I don't know. I really would like to, but it's going further south now towards Texas, so I don't know. I kind of missed my window to go see it because I was away in another part of the United States. Do you have the 3901 Union Pacific I've been asking for months? I don't think I do. I'm taking my first VIA train in September. Do you have a VIA engine? I've got a few of them. I don't have the Chargers, but I've got the P42s, got the F units. I've even got an LRC, which is somewhat rare. David says, y'all be on your best behavior. Don't get upset if he doesn't see your chat. I will try my best to keep on top of it. I just started with DCC. I got my first engine. It went 5 feet before falling off the layout. Luckily, it was just cosmetic damage, but something I need to fix. Well, I'm glad that I didn't brick the engine, because, yeah, sometimes you can knock stuff out of place, and that's the end of that, so it sounds like you were pretty lucky in that case. But yeah, my layout is not a perfect example, but installing a little bit of plexiglass, or even a little bit of floor trim, can save you a lot of grief. What Kato N-Scale starter set should I get? I'm thinking about the BNSF Freightline set. If that's the one you want, I would go for it. Kato, especially in the N-Scale community, has a very good reputation, so I don't really think that there's a bad Kato set to find, and if you have the money for it, just buy it. Hey Harrison, I have an idea for you. Why not make a working train set just with parts from the parts bin? I've done that video before, but I could probably make another one. The parts bin has grown a lot. Do you have a Shay, or have they never been made? I have a Shea engine, but it's in the project bin. And Isaac's Garage says, I weathered my NKP recently. What's your opinion on weathering models? I like to weather rolling stock. For a lot of my locomotives, I usually just leave them stock, but there's a few engines I've done some weathering on. I'll find an example quickly. It's my LRC, and I didn't go too crazy with the weathering, but I just found the top, especially around the exhaust, there was no soot or anything. It just looked a little bit too clean. And so I rolled some actual carbon onto this. This is real smoke effect. And I really like the way it turned out. Just makes it look like it's been working hard. Do you have any Thomas the Tank stuff? Not currently. Do you have any suggestions as to why an Athearn Blue Box would only go if the top metal bar is touching the top of the motor? When fully touching it does nothing? I would check the contacts on the bottom of the motor because there needs to be enough downward force to keep the motor connected to the chassis where it picks up power. And so if the motor mounts below it are loose or broken, which is pretty common, sometimes that will cause them not to pick up power. Really easy to fix. The motor mounts you can still buy replacements for. And if not, you can just glue the motor in place and it'll be fine. Do you collect more Canadian engines because of where you live, or more American engines? I have a lot of Canadian engines, but I would say the majority of my collection is American, and the simple fact is that the United States just has more road names, and there's just more products made for it. So even if you go to a Canadian train show, you're going to find more American railroads and more American engines than you're going to find Canadian stuff. But it's not to say I don't have a lot of Canadian stuff in the collection. It probably makes up, I would say, at least a quarter of it. You should buy some antique train cars for the engine you got running again for your grandmother. Yeah, that would be a good idea. I don't even know if I still have the footage, but a couple of years ago, I bought some genuine Rivarossi Hiawatha cars, and she unboxed them around Christmas. But I don't know if I still have the footage from that or not. Do you have an SP cab forward? I do have one. I'm not sure if it's working at the moment, though. And Gary M., thank you so much for becoming a member for 14 months. Hello, SMT, for Father's Day, I'm going to give my dad a DCC Athearn GP50 Burlington Northern in HO scale. Well, I'm sure he's going to love that. Is it possible to run a BNSF C44-9? I'll have a look. I might have one. Try to put this on the inside circuit. I think this is an AC4400. One of my favorite schemes is the Boston and Maine maroon F units. Do you happen to have one? I would love to see that on the layout. I'll have a look. I think I do. Can I ask a question? Of course, I mean, these live streams are open for questions just as long as they're appropriate. So for anybody that has questions, you don't need to ask permission to ask a question. Just go ahead and ask the question. There we go. Looks like the yard in the middle is getting there. Yeah, I made a lot of progress on that today. A little bit of tricky stuff going on with the bridge, but I'll show all that in the video. Hey, SMT, today I made a new fictional railroad called the Ralph Southern, based off the original Norfolk Southern. I recently got an SDS SAR 900 class. As a person who just got HO scale, where do I put my track? I don't understand the question. Are you asking how to lay out the track? Say, for places you don't want to put your track is on carpet floor. Don't lay your track out on carpet. It will ruin your engines. But other than that, I think the best thing to put track on is a table of some sort, and it doesn't have to be a full-fledged train layout, but if you have a table that's big enough to lay some track out on, it's just a lot better. You can run trains on the floor. I did it once. It's just that when you have everything up on a table, there's just less dust and so on to get in the drive. Chris and Dom, welcome. Is the new track reverse? It's not wired yet, but that's the plan. So originally what I was going to do is I was going to make the entire yard part of the reversing section, so trains would travel through each switch and then around to the other side. But I started to realize that that might open up the Pandora's box to a lot of different problems. So instead I added on this bypass, and then I'm going to wire in a double pull, double throw switch so that the polarity can be shifted for trains running through. Technically with DCC, you don't need to wire it that way. There's a module you can get to automatically shift the polarity, but since my layout is a hybrid, I need to figure out something that works with both. Question, my track is copper and not working. The engines are biting dead spots. I don't know why. My connections are good. They're brand new. What's your advice? Well, if you've got dead spots in your track, it means that the connections are bad somewhere. I mean, it could be that your track is oxidized, so get yourself a track braid or something that's lightly abrasive, like a Scotch-Brite, and clean up the rails. Don't use steel wool. And then once you clean it up, see if that fixes it. But if an engine is stopping on a circuit, it means you have two bad connections, because if you have one bad connection, the power can flow both ways through the circuit. So it means you've got two bad spots. So two of those joiners are not doing their job, is what I would guess. I made a donation of HO scale engines and rolling stock to the Whistle Stop Toy Train Museum in Lapeer, Michigan. Well, that was thoughtful of you. My favorite locomotives of all time are the Canadian National Confederation units. 484. Do you currently have one, and if so, can you run it? I might. I've got number 6060. Let me look for that Boston and Maine unit. I don't know if I have the maroon one here yet, but oh, actually, it's right here. So we'll get this on the layout, and then I'll try to see if I can get a Canadian National steam locomotive of some sort running. Harrison, can you run an Athearn Genesis DCC locomotive on DC for any length of time? Yeah, you can. It's not ideal to be running DCC engines on DC, especially if you're using a really bad DC controller, like one out of an older starter set, for example. But truth be told, for a long time, I actually had some DCC engines in my collection, and that was before I knew that you weren't supposed to run them on DC power. I did so for years. I never fried a decoder that way. It's not to say it can't happen. I just don't think it's as likely as some people like to lead you to believe. Something's derailed. Okay, I think we got that working well. It's funny that you say I had to switch from Japan. I believe that was code 83 nickel silver. I was trying to use it on a curve. Where's wired and shorted? Yeah, well, if you're using Kato Unitrack, I think it's all code 83. Personally, I only operate code 100. I did buy some Kato Unitrack, though, because there were so many people getting into the hobby, and they're like, okay, I can't build a layout like yours. You know, I'm limited on space. I need something I can set up and then take down, which is fair. So I want to figure out how good Kato Unitrack is, because it has a great reputation in the community, but honestly, my biggest concern with it is that it's code 83. So with all modern equipment, it probably is okay, but as for older stuff, which I like to run, I don't know if it's going to work that well or not. But we'll test it out and let the results be the judge of that. I'm inheriting some old HO scale trains from my pap from when he was a kid. Any tips on fixing them? Well, it depends if they're already in working order or not. Like, I'm not sure if you're saying you're getting trains out of storage. If you are, the only two things you really have to worry about when pulling trains out of storage is that while they're in storage, the lubricants can dry out and contacts can oxidize. Other than that, if they were in working order when they were put into storage, they'll probably fire right back up. But it might be a good idea to at least put some fresh oil in them, just so that, things aren't jammed up. And if you put an engine that's been sitting in storage on the track and you hear the motor humming but it's not moving, don't try to run it, because sometimes they will seize up. It's completely fixable. The only thing you don't want to do is be trying to force an engine to run when it's locked in place. That will fry the motor pretty quick. Does the Hershey factory still exist? The model of it is at my parents' place. As for the real one, it doesn't look like it did, but it's still around as a structure. My favorite steam engine is the NYC Commodore Vanderbilt. What is your favorite steam engine? I've got to say the original Hiawatha, the Atlantic. The rest of my track is code 100, except for the switch. There are two more that are like that. Lifelake and Walther's Power Lock track, hands down. No others are close. I've heard mixed things about Power Lock track. I had pretty good experience with it unboxing that old train set, but I also got a Walther set a couple years ago and I found that it was a bit finicky, so I don't know, I guess it's just luck of the draw of how good the team at the factory is that day. Caddy Unitrack is the best for reliability. It rarely needs to be cleaned and has solid continuity. So I'm looking for the Canadian National steam engine as requested earlier. I was running it, I think, not that long ago, so it can't be too far away. I personally think the track that has some sort of base is great for temporary setups. I currently am moving, and I'm glad I didn't need to nail down the track and ballast it. Yeah, that is a huge benefit for roadbed track, especially if you're going to run it on the floor, because the roadbed will help protect the engines, from dust and hair and other things that are on the floor. Probably put the Canadian National engine in some different part of storage, and now I can't find it. What kind of locomotive is pulling the well cars? I think it's a B class. It's pretty much an F unit with two cabs that was also given 6-axle or 3-axle trucks. Layout video when? It's looking great. Hopefully within the next week. It's in production right now. Could you run it for Tusky AC44i, specifically the blue one if you still have it? Yeah, absolutely. Hey, SMT, between Bachmann and Kato track for N-scale, what would you say is best? I haven't had as much experience with N-scale stuff, so I can't say for certain, but based on what the community says, I would go with Kato. Yeah, a bunch of people are saying Kato, hands down. What do you use to clean your tracks? I use a Pico Track Bright. Oh yeah, I forgot. Okay. Have you ever seen AC/DC? Never in person. Do you have any old school Burlington, the green and white scheme? Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I might have a C-liner with that paint scheme. I don't know if I brought it over from my parents' place or not, though. I'm currently in the process of designing my first layout. I can't wait to be running trains like you. I mean, that's the best thing. You dream something up, and then when you see it come together, sometimes the process is a pain in the neck. But I tell you what, the first time you actually get to run trains, it's amazing seeing something you've just thought up actually there in front of you. Do us a huge favor and put an American Gevo or EMD on that intermodal. You're doing us dirty. Well, technically, this is an American Gevo because even though it was sent to Brazil, I think it was still made in Erie, Pennsylvania. I rode on a passenger train today pulled by a Korean War EMP-SW8 engine. Our passenger car was a former Long Island Road air-conditioned car. You got the yard in the middle a lot more in. Yeah, a lot has changed. Do you still have the Microsoft Train Simulator Police Locomotive? If so, could you run it? I definitely still have the engine. Again, I don't know if I brought it over. We can have a look over on the shelf, but I'm pretty sure that engine is still at my parents' place. I still have a lot of equipment over there, which I'm slowly moving over. But yeah, I'm not seeing it right away, so yeah, I don't think I have it here. Are you watching the World Cup? Not really. I'm not big into sports, but I did hear that Canada did pretty well, so that's good. What's better, Athearn or Mahano? I think for diesels, Athearn has the upper hand, but in terms of steam locomotives, Mahano all day. As much as I really like Athearn's products, they have never been very good at making steam engines, in my opinion. Maybe some of the modern ones are better. I haven't tried the big boy from them. Maybe it's okay, but I find Athearn really mastered making diesels and not so much in terms of steam. Looks like we got a super chat. Let's see if I can find it here. Ed Bately Jr. Thanks for the $8. Hey SMT and Chloe, I'm looking forward to seeing the trolley streetcar repair videos someday. Surprise me with a streetcar on the streetcar line. Thanks. Well, thank you very much for the super chat. As for putting some sort of a streetcar on, I'm sure we can do that. I'm not sure what would be best, but we'll have a look around. Is the Hershey factory going to come back to the layout? I'm not entirely sure. If it does come back to the layout, I don't think it's going to be until June next year. And I know that seems like a really long time, but the thing is, some of the former workers at the real Hershey factory have invited me to bring the model up to Smith Falls for some sort of a workers' reunion. And the process of moving it all the way to Smith Falls would be, I think, quite an adventure. So what I don't want to do is move the layout down here and then have to bring it back out of the basement. And that reunion is in May 2027. So it's not going to be anytime soon, but I'm not done with the Hershey factory. I'm not going to throw it to the wolves. I put so much time and effort into building that thing. Way more time and effort than I've built with any other layout. So you know, whatever happens to that layout, it's gonna have a good future. I'm pretty sure there was something I was supposed to pick off. Yes, it's a streetcar. That's it. Good job, SMT. I haven't glazed the RMS Olympic yet, like every other famous shipwreck. I don't understand. I feel like the RMS Olympic gets brought up in like every other live stream. Old Bachmann versus the worst Rivarossi engine, or what is the worst? I can't think of any really bad Rivarossi engines. Rivarossi was pretty solid at making locomotives. Bachmann did make a few pretty bad. Every generation of Bachmann engines have had some sort of problems. It doesn't mean every single one was junk, but yeah, there were a lot of lemons. Alright, got a little PCC streetcar. Anything new with the layout? Well, not going to overshare, but because it's all going to be part of a future video, but I've got this in place, so there has been that. It doesn't work yet, but should be a nice addition. Do you scratch build buildings? I'm looking at making one for the middle of my N-scale mainline. Any advice on materials or ideas? A lot of hobby shops will sell raw materials, so you can buy HO scale brick or corrugated steel, things like that. As for the roof, what I've done for industrial buildings is I've just bought 80 grit sandpaper and then spray painted it gray to make sort of a faded asphalt roof. One of the best tools you can use, though, especially if you're trying to model a real building, is Google Earth and Google Street View. And what's great about Google Earth is that you can actually take measurements, so you can get the dimensions of a building and then scale them down. And then you can use Google Maps, like Street View, to get the sides of the building. And then because you know the dimensions of the top of the building, you can use that to calculate the height. So if you're trying to model something, it's really handy because a lot of people are not just going to give away blueprints of their building to scale down. Thank you so much for the super chat there, Kyle. What are all the scales? Also, what about a turntable for your trains? So what are all the scales? You've got T scale, Z scale, N scale, TT scale, HO scale, S scale, O scale, G scale, and there's a few kind of in-between scales like HON30 where the locomotives run on HO track, but they're O scale, so they're narrow gauge. Those are all the primary ones. As for a turntable, I'm not close to adding one on the layout, but I haven't found a practical need for one, which is why for my locomotive storage area, instead of building a roundhouse, I'm just building basically a tiny freight yard. And Mark Magenta? Mark Maganata? I don't know if I'm getting that right. I get criticized for running trains in the same direction on my double track layout. Is this some sort of modeling sin I'm unaware of? I think a lot of people just like the look of the trains passing each other, but it's funny you say that because, you know, in a lot of live streams, because in order to set up the front cover for the live stream, I have two engines right beside each other. Most of my live streams begin with trains running the same direction, and I get the same sort of comments, which is funny because you can actually find real world examples of trains running alongside each other where one is overtaking the other. It's not unprototypical. So I don't think it's a sin. I think it's just a matter of people liking the look of two trains just kind of going like, run trains however you want. I mean, that's just it. It's your railroad. There's not much people can do about that anyway. Do you still have the CN that had the hockey tap on it? The hockey tap. Oh, okay. Yeah, years ago I did a unboxing video of a Rapido locomotive, and it had some different sounds on it, and I think one of the sounds was a tape from a hockey game. Rapido likes to add funny noises to their engines. It's kind of like an Easter egg. Do you have a model airport? Not currently. It's been highly requested as an addition to the layout. Rivet counters are going to rivet. Well, I mean, personally, I'm not a very prototypical model railroader, and that's no problem. Again, model railroading is a hobby, it's not a sport. But I do find it funny when there are rivet counters out there that criticize you for something that's actually not prototypical. Like, I've got comments, like, years ago, the track on my layout is a little bit more straight than it once was. I've, gotten better at laying it down. But if you look at older videos of mine, the track on my layout is really wobbly. It's layers and layers built on top of each other. And yeah, there were a lot of rivet counters out there that didn't like that, and they were saying, it's so unrealistic. And it's like, have you seen a real railroad before? It looks exactly like that. Like, most railroads, especially these days, are not very well maintained, and the tracks have all kinds of bumps and stuff. So all I have to say to those guys is, the world's an imperfect place. Screws fall out all the time. Since you like steam engines, do you ever play Railroads Online? I can't say I have. I don't play a whole lot of video games. Years ago, I was really into Trains with a Z and Microsoft Train Simulator, but that was about it. How about running the classic Brill Trolley instead? Yeah, I don't see why not. Let me see if I can find it. I have so many questions to ask. One, do you have any SD70 Max? I believe I have a couple. If so, how many and what kinds? Two, what are your most expensive items? I haven't seen one, but are you going to install some railroad crossings soon? I will install some railroad crossings. It's just not a priority when half the layout isn't exactly finished. As for my most expensive models, I think the most expensive model in my entire collection, at least in terms of something I've bought brand new, is my Chinese QJ locomotive. I believe since it's made out of brass parts and has DCC and sound, I think that was an $800 engine, which is not the kind of money I usually spend on these things. My second most expensive one, I think, would be my Swedish E2. That was a $600 engine. But that's about it. A lot of my collection is made up of engines that are kind of $40 or less. Some of them are like $5, and I'm just fine with that. I really only cough up a lot of money if it's an engine that I really want. Like if I want like a representation of a model I have actually seen in real life or something. I want that to be a bit more prototypical, but otherwise, I'm just as happy buying a junk lot of engines off eBay, fixing them up, and then just running the snot out of them. Will you ever do a 4014 excursion on your layout? It's a neat idea. I would have to either renumber one of my big boys to 4014 or buy a model of 4014, but yeah, it's in the cards. If you were to model one specific railroad, what would it be and why? That's tough. If I was forced to model one railroad, I would probably pick Santa Fe. Something that's been around, that way you could have steam and diesel and stuff, something that has a lot of different equipment, because the Santa Fe pretty much bought a bit of everything, so that would be a good choice. Time for our Railfan POV. Hey SMT, I'm late, but I wanted to say SMT is kind sometimes. He doesn't see a comment. The comments go really fast. I myself don't get an answer, but I just like to see the comments. Well, I appreciate that. Like I was saying earlier, I don't want anybody to feel excluded. I, again, never ignore comments on purpose unless they're really inappropriate. But, yeah. I'll try my best to keep on top of them. What's a good price for a used Athearn Blue box? I've seen them for as low as $10 to $15. Now, granted, that's usually for one that's not in very good shape. For a good one, especially a slightly more modern one, like let's say a Dash 9, I'd say expect to pay more like $50. But yeah, if you can find one for under $50 that's in good working order, I'd say that's not too bad. Especially when somebody's decorated. Sometimes people put a lot of effort into them, and that's worth something. Got a vacation to go to in Maine in the beginning of July. I was going to visit the Railroad Museum you visited in one of your videos. Yeah, the Seashore Trolley Museum. I was actually just there about a week and a half ago, and they were doing a special speeder day where you could actually ride speeders along with the trolleys, and I got some footage of that. Got to ride a motorized speeder for the first time in my life. And they're also adding more stuff onto the layout there, so I don't think you'll be disappointed. I love the videos. Do you have anything O-scale? I've got a few O-scale engines. I've got some F-units, a GG1, I think a couple of Alcos. And that's about it. I'm not as much into O-scale, but I really love post-war Lionel. Can you run the Athearn Blue Box Daylight Southern Pacific long-nose diesel with its passenger cars? I don't think I have it on hand. Can you run 777? Sure. On the next live stream, can you run DCC? I mean, it doesn't make a big difference in terms of performance. In the beginning of the live stream, when I was running this, I was running it off the DCC controller. So every live stream, there's always a toggle. Thank you very much. I'm going to a train show tomorrow in Ancaster. Just wanted a price idea. Well, hopefully you'll be lucky with that. Sometimes train shows are not great, but I would say that the majority of the time train shows are where all the good deals are at. Especially if you find somebody who's just trying to get rid of things. That's where you can make an offer on multiple items and just clear the deck. If anybody spots 777, put it in the comments. I think the one right down there is 767. Okay, actually, I see it. Oh no, that's 767. 777's here. Also noticing the handrails off 777 are gone. I don't know what happened to those. Run your Canadian trains because I'm in Canada. Yeah, I can throw a Canadian something or another on the layout. Have you ever thought about getting a Tower 55 ES44 AC at some point? Those are basically plastic versions of the Overland models. The tooling became the basis for the Athearn ones. I've heard of Tower 55. I've never worked with any of their products myself. I wouldn't be close to getting one, but I don't find they're very common. The first time I saw a Tower 55 product, I was like, what the heck is this brand? Have you ever broken an Athearn engine before? Not permanently. I've dropped some on the floor and broken the motor mounts. But that's about it. Atherns are pretty tough things. It's really hard to destroy one. Do you have any challengers? I have a couple, but they're not in working order at the moment. Thank you so much for the super chat. And it says, love your videos. You have grown your layout really well. I enjoy the live streams. Well, thank you. Appreciate hearing that. I have an old Hornby locomotive that has a strip of metal acting as pickups on just one side of its chassis. Any advice? Sounds to me like it might be a 3-rail DC engine. SMT, could you make a video on how you wired your layout? I'm not entirely sure how to wire one. I'd like to be able to run DC and DCC in their own direction. Well, you can't run DC and DCC at the same time. If you have two circuits, you can electrically isolate them, but as for wiring up a system to switch between them, I actually have a YouTube short which you can watch. Pretty much all you need to do is buy a double pole, double throw switch. You can find them on Amazon pretty cheap, and you just wire one controller to one end, the other controller to the other, and then the two middle poles out to your track. I'll show you how to do that right now, actually. Yeah, so you just go out to Amazon or any electronic stores, you get yourself your double pole, double throw, DC controller to one side, DCC to the other, the two center prongs go out to your track, boom shakalaka, you can switch between them. About my question, what made the best GG1 compared to Tyco, Rivarossi, AHM, Mahano, IHC? Well, the AHM, Rivarossi, and Mahano ones are not that different. The Mahanos, I would say, are probably the best. But the Rivarossi AHM ones, I think, are the same. I'm pretty sure they were just rebadging Rivarossis. As for the Tyco GG ones, they're fun. I like that they made something different, but they're not very reliable and they're not very realistic, so they wouldn't be my first choice if I wanted a GG1. As for running something Canadian, of course it's the power torque that doesn't help matters. That's just the thing. The brass GG ones are good. I have one from a weird South Korean manufacturer. What manufacturer is that? Overland? Or Sunset? Do you have anything with the American Freedom Train paint job? I have the 4449 with the American Freedom Train paint scheme, but that's about it. Which brand of HO scale Big Boy and Challenger would you recommend to buy? Truth be told, I haven't worked with the other manufacturers' Big Boy models, so I can't say in terms of reliability how good they are. In terms of cost, though, I would probably go with Rivarossi. River Rossies are not the most reliable brand of any engine out there. Their steam engines can be a little bit finicky, as some of you might have seen on this channel, but you can find the River Rossi big boys for, under $300, which compared to what some of the other brands go for is not that bad. Especially if you get like a 90s era River Rossi big boy, they're definitely a little more advanced than the 70s eras ones in terms of detail. Have you heard of the Toledo Toymaster train show, the second largest in Ohio? I can't say that I have. Can you please run a Warbonnet -9? Yeah, let me have a look for one. Can you announce for me, please? We're offering free websites for railroad people, modelers, railroad-related contact details. What's that about? All right, where's that -9er? Oh. Somebody was asking if I still had the Microsoft Train Simulator Police Locomotive, and it turns out it was down there also with the -9. So there we go. I'm still cleaning off dust from that time I decided to sand the new part of the layout. Big mistake. A little bit better. Which is better, 777 or the big boy? Your decision. The big boy. I love the reverse loop you wired in the new section. Well, I've yet to test it, but I'm really excited to get that wired up. I think it's going to be great that, especially for trains that are harder to turn around, like each coal car where they're painted on one side to show which direction. Instead of having to flip each car manually, I could just run it through this and it should work. It's going to be interesting to see how stuff navigates through here. I mean, there's a lot of curves and a lot of switches, but hopefully I can work out the bugs and make it function. Do British locomotives and rolling stock run on North American type electrical voltage, or do they need a converter? No, they'll work with North American controllers. The only difference you might have is, like, if you buy a British controller, obviously, it's meant for 240 volts and it has a different plug. But as for the locomotives themselves, it's all cross-compatible. Even though they use a higher voltage, the controller just steps it down more. So a British engine and an American engine both run on roughly 12 volts DC. Thank you so much for the Super Chat Train Master. ATDCC Colby says hello. What railroad do you have the most of? Canadian National? It's It's hard to say. I would have to tally them all up. It might be Canadian National. If not, it's probably the Santa Fe. Is this your own place? Yep. I just bought it in October. Good evening, Harrison. For years I've been curious, where do you store all your other locomotives and rolling stock? Do you have a storage unit or something? Take care, Jeff. I don't have any storage unit. I do have a bunch of engines over at my parents' place. I need to get the rest of those over here, but everything that you see on display is what I have. So once I fill up the rest of the shelves, I'll have the whole collection right here. Have you ever heard of the 1995 Bachman Kellogg set? I just scored one for $3.99 in a raffle. Well, that was lucky. I don't know too much of the history of that set, but I have seen them for sale on eBay. I saw your YouTube short on how to properly service your rolling stock, and I was curious how much tilt should the trucks have and how much is too much. I would say you want the car just to kind of rock back into place, if that makes sense. Like, you don't want it to be so loose that it's riding around kind of at an angle. Like, it should just have a little bit of give, but no more than that. You can just mess around with it until it performs well. Hello, SMT. I haven't been on a live since 2021. Well, welcome back. Doesn't the new yard need a switch and an insulated section of track? Yeah, you're right on the money. This right here, you can kind of see it right there, that little orange thing, that's one insulated rail joiner, and then you can see those two white things, those are more insulated rail joiners. So this section of track is not connected, which is why it's not shorting out the layout right now. Is Nerfcat still doing good? Unfortunately, he's no longer with us. We lost him towards the end of October last year, but I don't feel bad about that. He lived a long and fruitful life, and I'm sure wherever he is now, he's probably doing better than he ever has. So I'm happy for him. I was trying to create my own train layout, but it was expensive to do it. Yeah, the hobby is not a cheap one, that's for sure. I want to make a series on how to build a layout for under $100. It is possible. You just need to know where to find the deals and where to cut the corners. When will the video for the rail yard be up? Do you still have some more work to do on it? Probably within the next week. I mean, the video isn't edited at all, so that's going to take some time. But in terms of actually completing just this without the video, all I need to do is wire in the double pull, double throw switch, and it should be operable. I also need to test it out because I assume there's probably going to be some kinks here and there that'll have to work out. But other than that, I think it's pretty close to finished. Do you have a Norfolk Southern locomotive? If so, can you run it? Yeah, sure. Are you running DC or DCC? Both at the same time. Right now, the inside circuit and the streetcar are both running off DC, and the outside circuit is running off DCC. Do you have any Fairmix locomotives? I don't think I do. I have a Mexican state railway engine, but I think that's the only one. Wrong answer. 777 is better than the big boy. Well, Unstoppable almost created a terrible derailment that could have wiped out a town, whereas the big boy helped to win the Second World War, so, I don't know. I feel like that's hard to argue. Less locomotives, more cabooses. I'm sure I have some cabooses around here. Will you eventually extend the streetcar line across the bridge? I don't think I will, because trying to cross this track over those two sets of tracks would be really tricky. I mean, even just trying to make this custom diamond was interesting. Did you know Unstoppable's actually based on a true story? Yeah, it's loosely based on Crazy Eights. And if you look up the story of Crazy Eights, you can definitely see some similarities. Years ago, though, when I made the video of unboxing 777 and 767, at one point in the video, I said, I really like the movie Unstoppable, but it's not very realistic. I didn't realize I was opening a can of worms by making that statement, because a lot of people interpreted that as, oh, it's not realistic. Well, it's based off Crazy Eights, so it is a true story. And what I had meant by that was Crazy Eights didn't have a train tilting on one side of its wheels around a corner, or, you know, a freight train pushing two diesels off a track, them rolling over and blowing up, and all the other Hollywood magic that happened in that movie. But I do get that, you know, in a basic sense, it was based off of something true. I'm surprised to have a reversing loop. Well, it's going to be interesting to see in this case how things work. I'd like to electrify both switches. That way, if I throw this switch, it will get the other one, and then I can just run trains right through here. Did you know that Runaway Train was based on a real-life runaway train that happened on the New York Central in 1962? I wasn't aware of that. That's interesting. The fact it was on the side doing the Michael Jackson lead. Yeah, exactly. Quite the transformation from your parents' basement. Are you going to name the town Nerf? Probably name part of the layout after a Nerf cat. I call it Meow Town or something. What's the biggest, longest train you own? I'm just talking about locomotives. I think the big boy. Having said that, I also did create this monstrosity a few years ago, and I don't know if this is larger than the big boy. Let's find out. Oh, it is. Yeah, so it's not the big boy, it's the ABBA. Broadway Limited is coming out with the big boy. I'm gonna be curious to see how that turns out. Michael Jackson actually had a patent for the leaning rig. I kind of figured there was something going on. I know for those stage performances, there were bolts on the stage as shoes locked into, but I used to have this teacher in high school, and she would fall for a lot of weird things. But I remember her showing us one of those videos, and they were leaning like crazy, and I was like, "How is that possible?" And she's like, "It's just skill." And I was just thinking at the time, how does that make sense? Like, I feel like after a person tilts a certain point, the laws of physics would kick in, and yeah, lo and behold, there was a rig. What do you think of your new Rapido E9 so far? The Amtrak one. I have a Burlington Northern one, and I love it. So far, it's about as good as I would expect from Rapido. It seems to perform well. The detail's nice. It's what I wanted. There's not much else to say about it. AVR is a real train company and used edits allowed in a movie to represent CSX. Yeah? Are you planning on naming your HSKL railroad for me? I have a railroad called Old Dominion Scenic. Well, this part of the layout is called Dunderville, but that's about it. Put the Santa Fe and the big boy in a race. The Santa Fe would smoke it. This thing is fast. It's got one of those AHM 3-pole motors. Dropper horn from Rapido is a funny feature. I'm pretty sure on that new E8 I bought, I think there were some Johnny Cash songs loaded onto it. I just spent 67 USD for a boxcar converted. That's about 100 Canadian. The hobby is getting too expensive. Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's part of the reason I really like buying used stuff because I mean the prices of used things in Canada have gone up, but I mean fundamentally they're not as bad. Just because the exchange rate doesn't play as big a role. Do you have tips on how to make a layout? I would say the first thing you should do is figure out roughly what your budget is and how much space you have to work with, because that can tell you a lot about what you can do. And then make a list of every single thing you want. Don't limit yourself, put everything on there, and then figure out practically from that list what you want to start off with. Because, you know, you could go out and buy a roundhouse if you wanted right out of the gate, but in my opinion, it's better to buy track and things like that first so that you actually have something to run your trains on. And then add the more frivolous things like buildings and scenery on later. But make yourself a list, get some inspiration. It will make things clear very quickly. Can you run one of the engines from your newest haul? Yeah, sure. I had no idea how much nostalgia showing this old Pathmark engine on the channel was going to bring up. There were so many people from New Jersey saying, Pathmark, I love those stores. I used to go there all the time as a kid. It's just funny because I hadn't heard of this place before until I did that video, but clearly it's had an effect. Greetings from Mexico. Thank you. The FOMO factor is what drives pre-orders. Yeah, I mean, pre-orders are not necessarily a bad thing because I know they incentivize manufacturers to make models because they know the demand is going to be there, but uh, they always make it sound with pre-orders like if you don't order it, you're going to get nothing. And in reality, there's tons of scalpers who just buy up a lot of the stock and relist it on eBay, so you can still find it. Furthermore, even after a couple of years, I find it's rare that something is completely gone. If you had to pick between Metra and Amtrash, what would be your pick? Let's go Metra. They have the resale issue in the plastic model community. I think scalping is now part of pretty much any hobby. I mean, you see it online with Pokemon cards and things like that, and I mean, that doesn't affect me. I don't collect that stuff, but I don't know. Anywhere where there's money to be made, there's somebody trying to pull one over. I just picked up an MTH Amtrak Genesis with 4 cars and a set for 300 beans. It had a cool new coil coupler, rechargeable battery. The wheels are so dirty, it doesn't spark anymore. Works great. Hey, SMT, I'm trying to get a gear out of a Bachmann Spectrum K4, but it has stuck to the bottom plates. Can you give me suggestions? Are you talking about the screws being stripped out? I'm going to take the Pathmark engine on. It's so loud I can't hear myself think. Hey Harrison, this is Hurley from Minnesota. Again, trying to catch one of the live streams. Love when you're doing these on the layout. Nice to see new stuff put in. Well, thanks for joining. I cracked up when you said Amtrash. I'm a railroad conductor for BNSF in Chicago Division. By the way, my son has HO scale. I had thought that Amtrash was just kind of a universal term for it amongst the rail fan community, because that's not the first time I've heard people call it that. In fact, a few years ago, I did a video where I was live streaming and I said, oh, I'm waiting for some Amtrash to go by, and somebody was like, hey, don't you call our railroad Amtrash? And I was like, well, not that Via Rail is really any better. Nobody likes Amtrak. I think a lot of people do like Amtrak. It's just, I don't know, they're on such a limited budget. Do you have any Central Vermont locomotives? I don't. I've seen some of them operating in real life, and there were a few for sale at a train show, but the guy wanted, I think they were old Atherns, and the guy wanted like $120 a piece, so I didn't get them. Do you have any Fortescue models? I've got a couple of AC44Is. I saw an HO Surfliner car set for $700, which is ridiculous. The next Polar Express HO scale set is coming. From Lionel again? Brave Train, welcome. There's no such thing as a ridiculous price if you want the model. Yeah, I mean, if you're willing to pay through the nose for something, you can get it, but I don't know. It depends. There have been some things I've willingly been ripped off over because I wanted the engine in my collection now instead of having to wait years to find it at a better price, but there are other things I have no problems waiting years for. I went from Austin to Dallas on Amtrak for less than $50 to visit a museum of American railroads in Frisco, Texas. Had a great weekend on vacation. Well, there have been quite a few summers where in Maine my dad has come down later and he's taken the Downeaster, and he says it's a fine experience. You get yourself a free hot dog and a bag of chips if you go business class. What's with the tube to nowhere on the tan building? I'm pretty sure that this is part of a set and you're supposed to connect that to another building, which I don't have, so it's just kind of out in the open. I could set up the building over the river right here, and you know, if they need to dump like PCB oil or something, they can just pour it out of there into the river and it will get sucked away. In my local mall, we have a giant model train location. It's a big setup like yours. I've seen that at a couple of malls before. I like watching videos about dead malls, and I've seen in some of those tours them discover model railroad clubs that are operating out of old malls. I find it weird that collecting a Godzilla figure is just as expensive a hobby. I bought a Godzilla statue for $600. First time catching you live. Do you have a GG1? I've got a few of them. Got the few from Pennsylvania. Well, I think they're all from Pennsylvania Railroad except the Amtrak one there. Ace Hardware in Oakland, California has a layout like yours. It looks fun. I'm kind of jealous. I wish my local hardware store had a train set. I heard stories that back in the day it was not that uncommon for hardware stores to sell model railroading equipment. Some hardware stores used to have like a hobby section. I really wish that was still the case. That would be so cool. I always have dreams where I find a hobby shop in an unexpected location. Like I'll just be walking through like part of the city that I know, and I'll find one. It's too bad because Gatineau actually used to have a hobby shop, but it ended up closing a while back. Years ago at the train club, somebody was saying, "Oh, there is a hobby store in Gatineau. It's not an official hobby store. It's an underground hobby shop. It's just this guy running it out of his basement. But you know, if you contact him, you can go look through it." And so me and my friend Liam were like, "Oh yeah, that sounds good. I'd like to find a new hobby shop." And it wasn't really a hobby shop. It was more like a guy who had a bin of stuff he was trying to sell. His hobby house still operating. I hope I got the name right. As far as I know, they are. I don't think either of the guys running that place have any intentions on closing it. I bought trains from a business within a business, nothing more than a few tables with a cash register. Who knows the price of a River Rossi 240? $100 or less? It's always a little harder to say with used stuff because the price depends also on the condition of the item. Kingston Locomotive Works has some good deals. SMT forget shopping in Ottawa. Oh yeah, no, I order from Kingston Locomotive Works all the time. A lot of the switches and things you see on the channel are from there. Um, I don't think it's a in-store hobby shop. I think it's completely online. But whoever's running that place has their stuff together because I order stuff on like a Monday, and then usually by Wednesday it's already here. I mean, it's not very far away, but still, like they pretty much ship same day. So yeah, I really like that store. You should make a higher price member level. I mean, if I can find a new thing to offer for a higher price member, maybe so. But I mean, part of the reason I only made memberships $1 was just because I don't want to paywall the channel. And there's a lot of channels that I really like, and they paywall all their content, and I don't know. It doesn't make it as fun. Whereas with the memberships, there are certain features with YouTube that you need to have a membership in order to access, like the stickers and so on. So I enabled the memberships, but I just made it $1 so that barrier to entry is low. Need your help. I'm trying to get a gear. Okay, I already read that comment. If you want to send me an email, I can try to help you. But I don't understand what the problem is exactly. It's hard to say how to fix something without seeing it. Dibble's Hobbies in San Antonio, Texas has lots of trains and models. I haven't heard of that place. It's good to know. Try making... What's a mag? Pre-uploaded. Members do get early access to videos. Maybe you could fix trains for viewers. I used to do that until 2021, and I still do to some extent locally, but truth be told, it didn't work very well because whenever boxes show up here, I peel all the labels and everything off of them just to protect people's identity, because even if, there's no reason for somebody to contact a random person on a box, there are some weird people out there that might do that for one reason or another. But the problem was that people were sending stuff for me to fix, and then I would peel all the labels off, open up the box, realize it was a repair job, and then trying to find who the stuff belonged to was really tricky. And I ended up running into a lot of problems with it. So I'll still do repairs locally if I know the people, but yeah, I still have things people sent me to repair, and I don't know who they belong to. I can't sell them because it's not my stuff. And I can't throw them away because, again, it's not my stuff, and I also can't use it because it's not my stuff, so I don't even know what to do with these things. Do you celebrate Halloween? Oh, yeah. I love Halloween. SMT, I'm planning on trying to go to a train show in around 2 weeks. I would potentially want a working diesel steam engine rolling stock, maybe better track. Do you have tips on train shows? Sometimes if you find if you find a seller and they have multiple items, but the price isn't exactly where you want it to be, sometimes you can make an offer, and say, hey, if I buy 3 engines or 2 engines and some track, what would you think of this price? And sometimes if you ask nicely enough, people are willing to play ball with that. There have been a lot of times where I've gotten stuff a lot cheaper that way. And if they say no, just move on. So that's one thing you can do, but generally at the train shows, the trick is just get there early, because that's where all the stuff is. Kristen Yell says, for train shows, look for brass at dirt cheap prices, look for high-end pieces, scale trains, Rapido, avoid junk under the tables. Did you make any changes to the RJ Corman 2008 since you last showed us? No, I haven't. I still want to complete that project, but it's just at the moment I've kind of got bigger fish to fry in terms of just getting the layout a little bit more operational. And I also am building a test site over there for the Cato track and stuff. There's a lot going on, but it's moving forward, which is what's important. Do you have any Monon locomotives? Well, I definitely have at least one, because I got that in the most recent unboxing video, but that's the only one I can think of. You should do a collab with RBP. I already did a collab with Chris. You can go back. I did a live stream for about an hour with him, where basically I was running the HO counterparts to whatever he was running in O scale. It was fun. I'm a junk under the tables guy. It depends on what you find valuable. Yeah, I would kind of put myself in the same boat. There have been some times I've showed up at train shows and I found an entire box of stuff for $5, and I get why a lot of people want to collect engines that actually work or are not complete pieces of garbage, but personally, I love buying stuff that's broken because it's like it has more potential. You know, you can take it home and fix it up and turn it into something nice. You could also help members find parts with a membership. Well, again, I don't want to be paywalling too much stuff. Like people email me all the time asking for advice or help with stuff, and I'm happy to try to assist people where I can. But parts are not a place that I can help that much because there aren't a lot of manufacturers that make aftermarket parts. Like if you're talking about Riverossi, there's River Restore, and sometimes on eBay you can find spare parts. But the truth is, with older engines, the only way you're going to get spare parts is to buy lots of junk and part it out and make a parts supply, sort of like I have. Uh, a lot of people just want to buy a motor or something specific. They don't want to buy an entire parts engine, a donor engine, but um, the problem I've run into with parts is that if you buy a cheap engine for $10 and it needs a new motor, you go on eBay, you find that motor if you're lucky, and then it's like, okay, you've got the cost of the item. Let's say it's $8, and then you've got another $8 of shipping, and then if you're in Canada, you've got the exchange rate, and then you tax all of that, and before you know it, you're spending $30 on an engine you only paid 10 for. You know, so if the engine's nostalgic, if it's something you've had, since your childhood, or it belonged to a family member, it has some meaning, dump as much money into it as you want. But I would never recommend buying a $5 engine and putting $40 into it, because it's still going to be a $5 engine even after you put $40 of parts into it. Some people are okay with owning Frankenstein locomotives. Others want something more prototypical. Yeah, exactly. I have a question for you or the chat. What track would you suggest I invest for my first layout? I want to do cork and ballast. Well, I can say you're already going in the right direction. Use cork. Don't buy the foam. It's bad. But as for track, personally, most of my track is Atlas, but almost all my switches are Pico. Everything on my layout is code 100 and nickel silver. Yeah, avoid that foam roadbed from Woodland Scenics or any other manufacturer. I had that stuff on my layout. It gave me nothing but grief. Cork roadbed's a little bit harder to find. There's a shortage, it seems, but Midwest cork, you can sometimes buy it on eBay. It's worth the extra money, in my opinion. Harrison, you were missed at the Arn Pryor train show after Mark Eminem Rails spent time at the table. Vendors were asking if I saw you. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I just bad timing with headed out to. I only get like such an amount of time, to vacation with the family and stuff. So it was either I went on this trip with them or that was it for the summer. But yeah, it's too bad because I missed out on the Arn Pryor train show and also the train show in Montreal. But hopefully it will come back next year and show up there. But yeah, this season of train shows has been a bunch of misses. There was no OVA or flea market. I don't know what happened to that. I missed the Elmer train show. Yeah, so I've missed a lot of them this year. What's so bad about the foam? It's not strong enough to hold the track. And so the experience I was having with it is that heavier locomotives had a tendency to actually wear down the rail joiners because the track was flexing so much. And the other problem I was having was when I was ballasting it, the ballast wouldn't stick because it's not rigid. It's not rigid like the cork. So if you push down on your ballast and it's foam, the foam squishes and then your ballast cracks. Whereas with this stuff, it's pretty skookum. Foam easily melts and degrades. Yeah, cork. I've had nothing but good experiences with it. Other than it being more expensive, I find it's pretty good. SMT is Nerf Cat annoying because my cat is. Well, Nerf Cat's no longer with me. But when he was around, I mean, yeah, there were days where he would sort of bug me. He would wake me up early in the morning, and he would crawl on me sometimes. Like he would jump on the bed and start just walking on me and stuff like that. But I would trade that any day to have him back again. So if you have a cat that's annoying, you just appreciate them for being around. Is anyone headed to Ocala for the Iron Horse train show in October? I had no idea Ocala even had a train show. I wish I had known about that because I usually go to Ocala in the winter. But yeah, it sounds like fun. Have you considered moving the layout around the walls? It's roughly what's going to happen. I'm hoping to expand this around the rest of the basement, and we'll have this in the middle with track around the edges. I'm debating about volunteering for Whistle Stop Train Museum and help with their HO scale layout. Well, you could always try it out. I mean, the nice thing about volunteering is that it's just, to kind of do good in the world and have some fun. It's not like a job. So, yeah, I don't know. I've done some volunteering in my life with different organizations, and it's a really great way to meet different people. I would say that that's a real upshot to it. What happened to Nerf Cat? We lost him to pancreatitis. Is it a good idea to have feeder wires around a layout? Yeah. It's not going to hurt anything. It's going to make for a more reliable connection. On a small layout, I don't really think feeder wires are that necessary. Like, especially if you're just building like a 4x8, I wouldn't worry about it. But if you're building something large, it's going to help. Personally, I don't have them because I solder almost all my rail joiners together where I put jumper wires around them, but that's about it. Do you need them for just DC? Jumper wires are feeder wires are gonna help for both DC and DCC. I've heard a myth that you need it for DC because the power doesn't travel as far, but I've never seen that. I've heard that cats mellow out when they get older and are less destructive. Well, that definitely wasn't the case for Nerf Cat. I feel like every year that went by, he became even more wily. Is this a DC or a DCC layout? It runs on both. Right now, the outside circuit is running DCC, and the inside circuit is running off that controller, which is DC. Can you use cardboard for anything when making a layout? I wouldn't use the cardboard for anything structural, so I wouldn't, build a bridge out of cardboard, because I think over time it's just going to wear down. But if you want to build mountains and things like that out of cardboard, yeah, fill your boots. I mean, The wonderful thing about cardboard is that you can get it for free pretty easily, and so it makes a really cost-effective way of building mountains. Are foam inclines bad? No, I don't think so, but the foam that they build the incline sets out of is different. It's beaded foam, whereas like when I'm talking about foam roadbed, it's almost like the texture of like a yoga mat, like it's squishy, and that's the problem. Whereas beaded foam, it's pretty rigid, so that's not going to give you any trouble. Especially since when you build a track with inclines, you're putting roadbed over it. It helps to divide the weight. How do I take the chassis off a Bachmann Spectrum K4 locomotive? If you can, I need help. I looked at it online with my local repair shop and getting nothing, just taking the body off now. If you want to send me an email, I'll try to help you with that. Are you going to get a new cat? I think eventually I'll probably get a cat, or a cat will find its way into my life. It seems like cats just kind of show up. I feel like most people don't pick the cat picks them. A cat or a dog, I'd be happy with either, but I don't think that that's going to be anytime soon because just got a lot of things I need to take care of in terms of making this house a little bit more functional and getting the layout working better and stuff. SMT, it goes between 85 and 90 degrees Fahrenheit in my garage, so if my soldering joints help with the connection, what can I do to avoid expanding track, the heat to ruin itself? Good question, and pretty simple solution. Every so often you build yourself a thermal expansion joint. I have some on my layout, even though the fluctuations in temperature are not as big, and I'm not sure how well you can see this, but this is a regular rail joiner. There's no solder on it, but what I've done is I soldered a wire here, and then I soldered it here. So regardless of whether or not this rail joiner is doing its job in terms of power, it doesn't matter because the power is flowing through this wire on the outside. So the track can flex, it can open and close, but the power will remain steady. And I just used a small piece of bare wire, but you can, hook up, if you don't care about the looks, you can just solder like a regular wire from here to here and it will fix that. Are you going to the Hamilton train show tomorrow? I wish I could. I don't live anywhere near Hamilton. I think I'm probably about 5 or 6 hours away, but if it was closer, I would in a heartbeat. Did you get the switch yard? When did you get the switch yard done? Is it operational? I actually just put the track down today. Uh, it's not operational yet, but there'll be a video out on it soon. SMT lives at least 6 hours away. That would be my guess. SMT, do you have any clue if a Bachmann DCC controller is good enough to run a Broadway Limited big boy with DC and DCC sound and smoke? One of the newer Bachmann controllers might be able to do it. I don't know how many amps the big boy would need. It might not be powerful enough to run the smoke unit, but just for regular operations, it's probably strong enough. 6 hours. I drove it before. I don't know. I already had my big road trip adventure when I was coming back from Maine. I don't know what happened, but for some reason the GPS took me off the 89, which is the highway I usually take to get up to Maine. It took me through Massachusetts and then into upstate New York. And I was driving through Utica and stuff. I went so far south. Anyway, a 7-hour drive turned into a 9-hour drive. Oops. Are blue box locomotives reliable? I would say so. Are you able to add weight to the big boy locomotive? You probably could. You'd have to be creative how you placed the weights in order to avoid messing with the drive, but I'm thinking that there is some spare space inside the Rivarossi big boys, so I'm sure you could do it if you were determined. The only thing I'm not looking to do on my layout is soldering all the rail joiners. It is a pain in the neck. Are you going to add telltales and more roadside details? Interlocking towers. It's the other thing I take the layout to the next level when construction is done. Has Model Railroader wanted to do an article? I've never heard from Model Railroader. Not too many organizations reach out to the channel. Walthers, I think, was the first. Walthers and LaBelle have been the only two major companies that have reached out to the channel for a bit of a collaboration. Other than that, brands don't seem interested, which I can kind of understand. When most model railroaders who want to do prototypical stuff, kind of have a little bit more of a realistic setup, and I'm just kind of freestyling all this stuff, but I'd be open to it if they wanted. Yeah, I do want to add more road details. I'm hoping to find a way to incorporate the road into the layout, because if you remember the previous setup, it used to go like that. I think what I want to do now is somehow run the road up here between the buildings, behind the rail yard, and into that section. No idea how I'm going to do that, but it's got to be possible. The train show is a hit and miss on Father's Day. I guarantee they'll have trouble getting vendors to attend. I've seen that happen at quite a few train shows. Here's the thing, I don't know if anybody can explain this because I don't understand it, but there's a lot of train shows and they're all hosted on the same weekend, but only like a couple hours apart. So as I was saying earlier, there was a train show in Montreal and a train show in Arnprior. In total, that's about 3 hours apart of driving. But I just don't understand it, because it's like if these train shows coordinated well with each other, they could have them all on different weekends, and then you could probably get some of the same vendors in, and you could probably also get some of the same people in. 3 hours is something that a lot of people are willing to drive. But it's just weird that so many train shows are hosted on the same day. And I've heard some theories that it's a political thing, that they want to kind of try to one-up each other. But if that's the case, I find it pretty silly. It's all a lack of communication. Yeah, I could see that too. How far apart do you leave your expansion joints since you solder most of your joints? About a millimeter. Around the GTA, train shows are next to non-existent during the summer months. Yeah, it's kind of the same here. I find there's some train shows in the fall and a few in the spring, but that's about it. It's silly. It's a lose-lose. Yeah, and there was one train show I went to. I think it was one of the Arnprior shows, and there was another town that was like an hour away. It might have been the Prescott show. I'm not sure, but that show was like at half capacity because of it, because it just split the vendors, and it's like, why would you do this? Have you seen a spider? Oh, the basement's full of spiders. It drives Chloe crazy too, because I don't relocate the spiders. I just let them live down here. How many vendors is a dead train show? Well, it's all relative. Like, at the Arnprior train show, I've seen them fill the entire hockey arena. And so when you see half the arena full, I would consider that a pretty dead show. I wonder for the folks in the States, after VID, they started charging early entrance fees. They did this to stagger crowds. I wonder if they do that in the States. I don't know. It's funny because a lot of the local train shows I find have stopped charging. Like the Arnprior train show, it used to be a $4 entry fee. In the last few years, it's just been free. So it's always hard to say. I know some of these shows they just make their money by, charging the vendors some sum of money to set up. I don't know. There have been a couple train shows locally where I kind of know the organizers, or I have friends who know the organizers, and I was able just to kind of shuffle in with the crowd, which was good. Hey, SMT, can you email me so you can custom? I don't do any custom paint work and stuff. If you want any advice on the project, I'd be happy to help there. But I'm not much of a painter myself. Could you run the cursed Santa Fe P40 DC? Yeah, sure. Most train shows have the same trains on their table from 10 years ago. They're selling model trains that are 20 years old at eBay prices, buyer beware. I haven't had too much of that experience, at least at the local shows, but yeah, I went to a show in Smith Falls and the prices were really bad. The sellers were selling stuff that was a lot older than 10 years old. They were selling stuff that was like 40 years old, and they were charging like $100 for old Bachmann engines and stuff like that. I was pretty surprised. And I've never seen this seller ever since then, so I don't know how many shows he goes to, but he was being a greaseball because there was this kid, and he was telling his mom that he had heard about DCC and that he wanted to get his first train set and make sure it was DCC. And the guy who was selling the trains, the guy who was charging like $100 for old Bachmann engines, was saying, well, DCC is AC power and any controller has AC output. So if you buy this controller, you can use it with both, which is completely untrue. Anyway, I was beside them as this was happening, and I'm getting this thought. I'm like, should I mind my business or should I intervene? Well, I didn't have to because the kid ended up just walking away, but I was like, what a terrible thing to do. This poor kid, he's going to rip them off, charge them top dollar for a regular little Bachmann controller that's worth like $5 and convince them it's DCC. Uh-oh. Never should have bought those Walther's plastic cars. The newer metal ones are so much better. SMT, I hope all is well. I saw the big boy on the Reading Northern last Saturday. The big boy is in Steamtown in Scranton, PA, currently with its brother 4012 until July 2nd. Do you plan on seeing it? Probably not, just due to the drive, but I really hope to one day. Scumbag train vendors, that's been a thing since I've been in the hobby since the 80s. Yeah, I mean, I feel like most train show vendors are not that bad. A lot of them are just regular modelers, just like you and me, and they just want to sell some stuff. There's no funny business going on, but yeah, you do have the bad ones. It's funny because I've got some friends who are, really acquainted with like some of the vendors and stuff, and they know who the bad ones are. And one of my friends told me the name of this guy, and I'm not gonna say it on here because I'm not trying to start stuff with people. But anyway, it was funny because he told me his name, and I had heard some stories about him, and then like a year and a half later, I had my old Bachmann Easy Command system, and I decided to list it on Facebook Marketplace. I think I was asking $75 for it or something, with the extra walk around companions. And this guy starts messaging me, and he's just pestering me like about does it have the box and stuff, and he just kept asking question after question. And I saw his name, and I'm like, where have I heard this name before? Like, do I know this guy from somewhere? And then all of a sudden, I was like, oh, it's him. He doesn't want to buy these controllers for his set. He's asking me if I have the box and all this stuff because he knows this is a good price, and he knows he can probably throw it on eBay for $150 or something. So anyway, that was interesting. Uh-oh. How many big boy models do you own? 4? Is that an Amtrak engine in a Santa Fe paint scheme? Yes, it is. That was weird. Do you plan on seeing Canadian Pacific 2816 anytime soon? If it comes to this side of the country, maybe so, but it always seems to be operating on the other side. Honestly, if somebody was texting me about what you said earlier happened to me, I would be so embarrassed. Let's see if it jumps the track again here. No, it's fine. Bad vendors don't last long. They get a bad reputation. Yeah, that is true. As I was saying earlier about my friends knowing who the bad vendors are, like, yeah. So the thing about the model railroading community is that it is still fairly tight knit. I feel like it's going a bit more mainstream now, like it's growing, which flies in the face of the dying hobby narrative that so many people are still promoting. But yeah. Anybody who's pulling a scam or something is going to get recognized. 90% of vendors at train shows are good vendors. I tend to agree with that. Again, I think the majority of them are not trying to pull a fast one on anybody. They're just another model railroader who happens to be selling some stuff. I do think too, like there have been a couple times where I've been sold something and they said it had DCC and it didn't, stuff like that. And it's possible they were pulling a scam, but I try to remember, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt and say maybe it was a genuine mistake. Can you please run the big boy with the Amtrak cars after the Santa Fe? Yeah, sure. Santa Fe just derailed again, so if that's not a sign, I don't know what is. I wanted a steam train. A guy offered me an Atchison Topeka 280, and I got it. It barely worked, but it might be because of dirty wheels until I saw some of the wires connecting to it on the tender were broken. eBay's prices have gone up. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I remember when I was a kid, and so this would have been, around 2012. I really wanted a Rivarossi Big Boy, and back then you could buy one in working order for about $150. And as of late, I find you're going to be paying like $200 for one that doesn't run, and for one in working order, you're more looking at like $300. Part of that is probably just because there's a lot of hype around the Big Boy. Back then, 4014 wasn't much of a thing. Like, they hadn't got it running again, so I'm sure that's also driven up the price. But it's the same thing with junk lots. Like, I remember years ago, like, you could pick up a junk lot for, like, I don't know, $50, $100. And some of them are now going into, like, the 400s. I remember a few years ago, though, this was kind of funny. There was somebody. This is when the channel had like 10,000 subscribers, and they had accused me of ruining the hobby because they'd said, you made some videos about shopping for model trains on eBay, and now the prices have gone up. This is all your fault. That's weird. The Pennsylvania T1 project is well on schedule to compete with the world's brand new steam locomotive built from the frame up, scheduled to be completed by 2029. Well, I hope goes well. All goes well with that. Did a couple fundraisers for that project a while back. And I hope this hasn't broken again. I just fixed it like, I don't know, a month ago. Give it more power, see if that fixes it. Alright. Nothing. I've got a question for everybody. How do you fix a Rivarossi Big Boy? The answer? You just buy two of them. Trying to get this hooked up on a corner is a little bit of a trick. Okay, hopefully we'll have better luck with this one. So now do I fix 2 River Rossi big boys? Just buy another one. Sounds like something's derailed. What's the worst locomotive that you own? One so bad you want to send it to the scrapyard? Probably my Canadian National GS4 from Bachmann. The drive on that thing is so bad. It's too bad because I like the locomotive, but those first gen Bachmann engines, they're a nightmare to work on, and they don't make parts for them anymore, so yeah, good luck. Do you run the DCC Golden Eagle? Yeah, sure. I can't find the DCC one, so we're going to try to run this DC one. I have no idea if this thing even runs, but I'll try it out. Hey, that actually runs pretty well. Do you still have the custom-built Santa Fe you made? Yeah. Has the Dunderville Ravine seen any updates, or was it just a case of putting it back there? No, it had a bit of an overhaul. All the rock you see on this side is all brand new. That was all completely rebuilt. The road and the river itself are both original, but I decided to raise it about 3 inches so it's not as deep as it was before. I find it gives it a little bit more of a natural look. But that's about it. The rest is original. The Golden Eagle is groovy. Yeah, and it's running pretty well for a power torque too. I still have the Golden Eagle and its caboose in the original boxes. You gotta love it. I don't know how rare these things are, but I believe Tyco only made them for year 1980 or 1981. They were not a long-lived product, which is too bad because, in my opinion, I think the Golden Eagle is the coolest product Tyco ever made in terms of model railroading. I kind of figured it looked a little bit different. Yeah, I'm hoping with this new bridge and stuff, everything works well too. It's all fun and games working on your model trains until you're on your hands and knees looking for a microscopic part on the floor. Yeah, I've been there a million times. I remember one of the guys at a local hobby shop said what you want to do is wherever your workstation is, you put down some carpet, and then if you drop something on the floor, the carpet will prevent it from rolling, and if you can't see it, you can put a light on the carpet, you give it a little shake, and then you'll see it sometimes reflect off the light. I can't tell you how many times I've been rebuilding a Model 2 and I lose a screw and I look everywhere. I'm like, I swear I had it on the table, and it turns out that the motor, because of the magnet, stuck to it. Or like I have a magnetic parts tray and it's stuck to the bottom of that. Or I placed the controller on top of the screw or something. Like there have been so many times where I'm like tearing my hair out trying to figure out where something went, and it turns out it's still there. There's this one day, I don't know if I was too tired or something, but I was fixing up a an old Varney steam locomotive. It wasn't part of a video or anything. It was just a repair I was doing behind the scenes, and I could not find the brushes to save my life. And I took everything off my workbench, and I looked all over, and I checked the floor everywhere. I think I spent 2 hours that night looking for the brushes, and they were just gone. So I ended up carving up a couple of Athearn brushes, and I put those in there, and the engine ran fine. So I was like, oh, whatever, it works. The next day, I sit down at my workbench, and both brushes were right in front of me. And I was so perplexed after I had looked over the bench carefully with a light over and over and over again how I possibly could have missed them. But I started to laugh. I was like, is this some sort of sick joke? Like, 2 hours, and they were right in front of me. Gremlins, I tell you what, yeah. Norfolk Southern, we're barely functioning, cooking up the country and making business drop. It's brutal. I like how part of Union Pacific's, um, like part of their pro list about the merger is that they'll improve Norfolk Southern's safety record. That's like, yeah, Union Pacific. They've I think got one of the worst safety records as well. All the railroads are doing that though. They're all cutting back on maintenance and stuff, and I think part of the problem is that most CEOs of the railroads, they're only in power for about 4 to 8 years, and so I think they're incentivized because of that. It's like, hey, if I'm only going to be part of this company for another 2 years, I can backlog maintenance, and then it's going to be the problem for the next guy, and so that attitude just keeps going forward, and then the next guy gets in power and they don't want to reinvest, and before you know it, it's like we've got infrastructure that's falling apart and nobody is willing to put money into actually fixing it. Legos are easy to find when you step on them at 3 in the morning, headed to the bathroom. Yeah. Huh. What a weird derailment. Oh wait, that's the wrong controller. I think that's also derailed. Yeah, speaking of railroads that have cut back on their maintenance too much, re-rail yourself. Nope. Okay, at least we got that fixed. Your layout is making some great improvements, and how you're always working on old locomotives that were sent to you to make improvements to the gears. I'll say this in the live stream. Thank you. Until you find a part in a bin, you can't find it. Then after you get the replacement, they appear. I've had that one happen many times. What's the minimum radius on your main line? On the inside circuit, there's a bit of 18 radius, but for the most part, it's all 22. How often do you clean your locomotives? There's no schedule for maintenance. On some of my older engines, like my grandmother's Hiawatha, I pretty much add oil every time I run it, just because the parts for that are really sensitive and are also very expensive in terms of replacing. But I have some modern engines which have low friction parts and stuff, and I usually don't service those for, I don't know, 5 years. The modern engines don't need to be serviced as much, other than cleaning the wheels. Just as long as the lubricant is in there, it hasn't dried or anything, it will last a pretty long time. Whereas with an older engine with brass gears, you want to probably be doing your oil changes every 6 months. Because if those gears don't have oil on them, they'll strip out really fast. Are you still planning to do stuff with the E8s, or is there a video up? No, I'm still planning on building up the E8 collection. What locomotive have you been wanting to work on? It would be a good thing if I finally got one of the Challengers running. This might be a weird question, but what's the funniest locomotive you've dealt with? I've had some interesting repairs over the years. There was one time I opened up an engine and it wasn't running because there was a spider egg inside the motor which had somehow gotten tangled in the commutator. That was pretty weird. I also had an engine years ago, and the gears were not doing well, and somebody had added way too much weight to it by putting a bunch of D-cell batteries inside it, which had also started to leak. That was pretty bad. I'm trying to think. I feel like there's still got to be one more weird engine I've opened up. I mean, I actually find it kind of exciting when I open something that's somebody else's project, because I'm just like, what have they done to this? Like, what am I going to find? And sometimes you open it up and it's like, oh, this is good work. And other times it's just like, what were they trying to do here? Is that 4014? It's 4,000. You run a Tycho Spirit of 76, yeah. America, coming again to save the mother flipping day, yeah. This thing's kind of dangerous. Look at that. Running with this shark-nosed Canadiana. Yeah, let me see if I can find it. I was pretty sure I brought the Canadiana over here. There's one of the sharks. I wonder if it's still in the bin. Let me just go check one of the bins. Maybe next time. I feel like I have to have at least one Canadiana somewhere around here. I don't have the shark nose, but I got this. And it has both of its couplers, so I'll put it right between them. Hopefully they're wired the same way. Yeah, the power's still on. I still have the Canadiana you sent me. I have about 8 of the box cars too. I hope it still runs well. I'm pretty sure that was one of the better runners. I think this one I found at a train show a few years ago. It was $5 or something, which is a pretty good deal because if you look on eBay, these things go for a lot of money. Hello from Albuquerque. I was wondering if you've ever heard of the New Mexico Rail Runner. Yes, I have. I've seen videos of it. I believe they use Bombardier bi-level cars. Quick question for Harrison or anybody in the chat. Is anyone willing to restore a big boy in really bad shape? I have the parts or slash have any parts for such a locomotive. You can find parts for it online, but yeah, if it's in really bad shape, honestly, it might be worth getting another one because if you want to pay somebody to fix one, the labor costs will probably exceed the cost of the engine pretty quick. How's the Oldsmobile? It's doing fine. I haven't driven it in a while, but yeah, I'll have to get it back out on the road. Something keeps draining the battery. I thought I had the parasitic draw issue fixed, but not so. The Friendship Express. Like that. What brand is the curved right-hand switch? It's Pico. What's your favorite Runaway Train movie? Runaway Train from 1985. What's your favorite locomotive? The A, not the A unit. The Atlantic steam locomotives. I think these two are dialing in a little bit. You see how they're picking up some RPMs? Ah, I found it. Do you have a Holy Grail locomotive you're dying to get your hands on? Yeah, I'm looking to find a Hunter Green Rivarossi Hiawatha. It's so rare, I don't even know if they exist. There aren't any pictures of one online. They're only mentioned in some catalogs from Rivarossi, so I feel like there had to have been at least a few of them made, but yeah. I'm sure if I did find one, whoever's selling it is probably going to want like $3,000 or something. But recently, though, on eBay, one of the Rivarossi Hiawathas that was listed sold for 150 euros, which sounds like a lot of money, but most of the time they go for like, I don't know, 1,500 American. So that seller probably lost money on it. I think I can't speak English. I think catastrophic motor failure might be on the horizon. That does not look good. As they say, Harrison Athens never die. Well, this one is weird. Like, the current draw is really erratic. That's not normal. Then again, I also have seen these things run overheating all day, and they usually keep going, so yeah, I don't know. Be curious to pull the shell off this thing and see how hot the motor is. This is not the most scientific way of judging if an engine is okay, but I find a good rule of thumb with these things is if you can hold your fingers on them and they're not so hot that they burn you, it's usually okay. And this one's not even that hot. Sometimes you open these things up and if you touch it, it will burn, and that to me is usually a sign that it's way overheating. But yeah, it doesn't smell like it's burning, so I don't know what that's all about. Too hot to the touch, too hot to run is my rule. Yeah, that's a good one. I also use that rule for outboard motors. See if the cooling system is working. If you can touch the cylinder heads and hold your hand there, I find it's usually okay. Did you fix the sound? I hear the trains a lot more today. I got another phone. I bought a iPhone 11 and didn't update the software. Hopefully, by the time I do have to update the software on this one, it will have resolved that issue. Because it apparently is an issue with the iPhone 15. Here's a question, SMT. Have you always liked Tyco locomotives? I sure have. One of the first engines I was working on was one of my dad's old Tyco engines, so I've had them for quite a long time now. Have you ever been to the live steam locomotives in LA? No, I haven't been there. I did visit Los Angeles years ago. My uncles used to live there. They were actually in a apartment which used to be a office for the Santa Fe Railroad, which was kind of cool. I got to go to Ernie's Trains. That place was amazing, but it was a 4-day trip or something. I wasn't there for that long, so that was about all I did. iPhone 11 is a bit ancient, by the way. Yeah, I know, but the iPhone 15, I never should have bought it. It was a mistake. It does a lot of weird stuff with the lighting. I don't know what the designers were thinking, whereas my iPhone 11 has always been really reliable, so I was like, I'm just going to buy another iPhone 11 and hope for the best. The CN Hopper just hopped. Yeah, it's a white CN Hopper. It's like a bunny rabbit. Can you pull the Amtrak cars to the T1? Yeah, I don't see why not. Just gotta figure out how to get this bounce really. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of stuff bouncing on that switch. I should probably check it. Make sure there's not ballast in there or something. I really wish I had room for an HO scale layout, but I do have a large yard, and I'm contemplating an outdoor garden layout. Garden railroading does seem like it could be a lot of fun. I'm hoping this summer to build a garden railroad. There's one thing that this property came with is in the backyard there's a little gardening shed, and I don't have any use for it. So what I'm thinking I want to do is I want to build a garden railroad that goes in and out of the gardening shed. And then in a few places there are these restaurants, you know, where you can order up food and your stuff arrives by a train. I'm hoping in the gardening shed I can set up like a barbecue, a little bar, and have some tables and stuff, and then somehow have the garden railroad connected all together. It's a crazy idea, but I think it might be a lot of fun. That layout would be so tough. Well, it would be a learning curve, but there's so much uh, garbage in the backyard, like scrap wood and stuff. I can probably just build it out of all that. So, like the beer train from the Trailer Park Boys, yeah. I'm pretty jazzed too because my parents are getting rid of their barbecue. So one of these days I'm gonna drive over there, pick that up. I've already got a barbecue. I just need to restore it, and yeah, then I just need to fix up the gardening shed. It should be good. If you go G scale, you got to get a snow thrower. Yeah, a snow thrower or a plow of some sort. Uh-oh. There was definitely some stuff derailing for a second there, and it derailed itself. That point is really sharp. Hmm. Weird. Need to have a garden railroad. In order to have a garden railroad, what I would do is use the shed for a hidden staging out of the elements. Whenever it isn't running, also surfacing trains in it. Yeah, it could be used for that. Well, that's better. How often do you paint trains and how much? Oh, I don't offer it as a service. I don't do a lot of painting. Frankly, I don't really like painting. I've done it before. Like I painted up the Canadiana, and I really liked the results of it. But it's one of those things that I'll only do if I absolutely have to, because I don't enjoy the process. I just like what it results in. If the shed is large enough, you could put a helix. Maybe so. But yeah, the shed is ginormous. Like it's well, maybe not ginormous, but I would say if you put a wall right here, it would be not too much smaller than this room. What's your favorite Minecraft song? Ward. What would you suggest is the best paint for a board surface? Green paint from the dollar store, and just throw that on there, and then cover it up with grass. Find a chassis for your grandmother's Flying Scotsman. I'm still looking for one. I thought I'd found a good candidate, but I don't think it's going to work. Do you play Minecraft? If so, do you know about a mod for Java called Immersive Railroading? I'm not familiar with that mod, but I don't play much in terms of video games anymore. But I was big into Minecraft back in the day, like 2012. It was funny. A few weeks ago, my younger cousins were over here, and I was showing them the layout, and they were running the trains around, and they looked at the mountain, and they were like, "Oh, this looks like it's from Minecraft." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, still play Minecraft?" And they're like, "Yeah, you know what Minecraft is?" And I was like, "Yeah, I was playing Minecraft like 15 years ago." And they were like, "Minecraft existed 15 years ago?" Oh, didn't realize I just branded myself as a Zoomer. That one's way too old. Yeah, it was funny. One of them at one point said, "Hey, that's pretty good." And I said, "Hey, that's pretty good." And they're like, "You know that meme?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then I said the name of the guy that came from, the original meme. They didn't know who he was. And I'm like, "Oh, I'm from a different generation of the internet." Opinion of custom models with no real prototype. Personally, I think it's great. Put some stuff together. It's a real neat trestle there in the middle. Yeah, I just installed this today. The bridge was not strong enough. I actually took a paint stick and tried to stabilize it. That didn't work. So what I decided to do is take some rail and I bent it, try to make some supports. I kind of like the way it looks. It's sort of low profile. It doesn't interfere with the scene, but it's nice and rigid now, so I'm not too worried about that. You can drive the train in Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeah, you can do it in San Andreas as well. Hopefully that will be a feature for GTA 6. Always remember to sand the weld on the track. Yeah. With how long they're taking, there's no way it won't be a feature. Yeah. What if I have 4 big boys that don't work? Then you rename yourself to SMT Mainline. How's Chloe doing? She's well. Uh-oh. Oh man, there's a real bad accident going on over there. We gotta get there before the T1 does. Oh no. Wonder what happened. We've got some good rebuilding music. Well, at least I managed to stop it. I thought the T1 was about to plow right through that. The USA wanted. Yeah, I was doing a drift. I guess we'll take that off. It's one kind of warm. We'll clear the path. That way the T1 can continue to bring Amtrak customers home. TSB is definitely going to be investigating this one. A Norfolk Southern moment. Putting all my money on a low coupler pin. Not impossible, but at the same time, it went through here like what, maybe 20, 30 times. I'm thinking about that orange box car right in front of the F7. Well, there's still power in the track. Yeah, you see what's going on here? If you put it on like that, if you put it right between the rails, it flips the polarity and the engine runs the other way. That's funny. It's the wrong controller. Can you do a railfan POV? Hey everybody, this is Rail Fanning with Seth. Today we're on the New York-Montreal subdivision, waiting for the Pennsylvania T1. Hopefully we'll get to see some mid-train DPUs. You own a Scale Trains engine? I have got about 3 of them. Got 2 BNSFs and a Hiawatha. No mid-train DPUs, but the T1 sure is squeaky. The T1 sounds like it could use some strategically placed drops of oil. I think the tender's the culprit there. Did you run a Rivarossi Big Boy on the trolley line? It wouldn't make the turns. Okay, we see the TGV duplex run today. I don't even know if I have the duplex cars here, but I can probably get the engines on. I'm pretty sure I have those. You run a CSX engine. Yes. I'm just gonna turn down the music a bit because I can't hear myself think. Do you know where I can buy cheap wood? Lowe's? Sometimes it's the Katy couplers that become uncoupled. Well, Katys are pretty reliable. Do you use Hot Wheel cars for HO scale vehicles? I mostly just collect HO scale vehicles at train shows and things like that. Sometimes you find people that are selling like pretty, you know, nice models for like $1 a piece. You can also buy these generic models off Amazon. I think you can buy these for 10 cents a piece or something. They're pretty cost effective. You can use Hot Wheels cars. I would never judge anybody for it, but personally, I don't. Just because they're not actually HO scale. They're 1 in 64 scale, which is S scale. I just find they look a bit out of place, but that's just me. CSX is looking dusty. Yeah, well, it was a victim of the whole angle grinder sanding thing, which I did when I was working on that other layout. Anyway, next time I'll use a random orbital sander with a vacuum cleaner, and hopefully you won't have these problems, because yeah, I've had to dust so many things. It's not dusty, it's natural weathering. Yeah, put some clear coat on that, and I'll never have to worry about weathering again. So as for the TGV, I know this isn't the duplex, but we're just going to do some illegal wiring here and make it work. Now the MNRA is just going to love me. Uh-oh. I think the TGV is missing some traction tires. The CSX locomotive is impressive for $65 to $70 on Amazon. Yeah, I think they're a good value for your money. I like how 90s this song is. The song is like if you turned Windows Vista into a piece of music. Or Windows XP, I should say. I was about to say, does it slow down and freeze halfway through the song? Windows Vista was so bad that my dad at the time at his company had to get the IT guy to install XP on brand new computers they had bought because Vista was giving them so many problems. So even though XP was older, they were going backwards just so stuff would work. Have you ever played a game called Lionel Train Town? I never played that one. I've heard of it. Do you ever fix your SP cab forward? I think I did because the front wheels had like split from the rest of the chassis, and so I glued that back together, and then I'm pretty sure the last time I tried to run it, something else happened to it. So I don't know. I think that engine might be a bit of a lost cause. Do you have a potash corp covered hopper? I don't think I have a covered hopper. Alright, let's see if this one will work. Oh, great. This one's junk too. That's wired backwards. Yeah. Great. I wonder if this would run on the inside circuit. I'd give it 4 maybes out of 10. Mm. If this is going to end up going backwards. Oh no, I got it right. Not happy. For maybes out of 10. Yeah, okay, it's looking now like it might be a 1 maybe out of 10, but let's see if I just try the engine on itself. First of all, I bet there's a way we could probably make that truck rotate more, but most Bachmann engines don't have that much more rotation, and the flanges on this are massive, so I feel like this should work. I think the janky coupler setup I had going was just messing with it. Oh, it's so close. They can certainly run on 14 radius. I don't think they'll run on the tram line, though. See how far it gets before it derails on the other side. Yeah. Oh, that's not good. I mean, it has to derail in order to keep going, but that's fine. It just derails itself, see? And then back on the track it goes. I'm pretty proud of that. Innovation at its finest. In all seriousness, though, yeah, don't give me ideas. Yeah, see, if I just filed a little bit of plastic here and a little bit of plastic there, it could definitely increase the total rotation. Yeah, carve away a little bit of plastic here and a bit of plastic here. It could increase the rotation, and I bet on this side. Sometimes they have something that just prevents them from going around and around and around, and this might be one of those. I don't know how this is attached. Oh. I don't know if I want to open this. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Yeah, see, even here, I could carve away a bit of plastic here and a bit of plastic here and give this more rotation. With a little bit of modding, this engine could definitely run on that. It's a really interesting design for the shell. Yeah, this is not very common. I'm not very familiar with Juef. Yeah, on the dummy side, see, with a bit of work, I bet we could get that same level of rotation, and then the back truck doesn't have to turn as much. Remember the Delaware and Hudson? I never knew it myself, but I have some D&H engines. Did you see the one video with 1225 pulling freight? Yeah, that was awesome. I don't understand how everybody in the comments has supposedly started a conversation with 4014. Makes me want to go out and add another Berkshire to the collection. I mean, can you really have too many Berks? Landon's animation wheelhouse turned 4014 into a Thomas-style character, the Big B for Thomas Unhinged parodies. Those videos are crazy. Every one of his animations starts like, yeah, I don't know. Things seem relatively normal, and then it just gets completely unhinged. It's pretty entertaining. Can you run the Virginia that was made by Trix? Yeah. Probably gonna have to plug my phone in pretty soon. I got a 20% battery thing a while ago. I'm just not sure if it's down to the last 10%. If the stream spontaneously drops out, you'll know why. I already ran the T1, so I think we'll try to run this thing. If I can get the sound to work on this. Oh, sure. Even though the couplers on this model are NEM, I find sometimes they don't work very well with my North American stock. That one's too low. One of the couplers on this engine is higher than the other. Yeah, let's see if that works. I think this thing has gone rogue. Oh, no. It is responding to the controller. 5 memberships. Did somebody gift memberships? What happened? I don't know. Anyway, let's see if we. Okay, yeah, okay. This is now responding to the controller. That's good. This engine's decoder is a little funny. Sometimes it just goes rogue. Let's see if I can get the sound working on it now. Oh, I heard something. Oh yeah. The Virginia Creeper lives on. Just dropped off its cars. Mr. Gamerset, who's going and giving away. He did it again. It doesn't notify me. I'm surprised. Mr. Gamerset sent. Wow, whole bunch of new members in here. How many memberships were issued? It's at the top of the screen. I can't. It doesn't show here. I wonder if I click this if it will show me. It doesn't. 10. Okay. Do the trains ever derail? Yeah, there are derailments all the time. If you watch through the whole live stream, you'll see some of them. I didn't know you were Canadian until recently. That's funny. How long does a gifted membership last? I think it lasts a month. Did the big Canadian flag not give it away? Yeah, I don't know. Something tells me. The pumpkin got scrapped in November. What pumpkin? Is that a Santa Fe Bluebonnet? No, it's a chassis system engine. What part of Canada? Nation's capital. I got a question for you. Can we get the most train simulator consist ever? I I'm not sure if I understand the question. You mean like trying to find the same engines that were used in Train Simulator? Can you run a switcher on the trolley loop? doesn't get enough real time. Yeah. Do you still have the Hershey's factory? I still have it, but it's over at my parents' place. Just gonna give this thing a little more power here. Just gonna run upstairs and quickly grab my charger so that this thing hopefully doesn't run out of power. I'm amazed that there are 420 people watching at 1 o'clock in the morning. Major props, everyone. Anyway, I'm gonna leave the layout unattended for a few minutes. Hopefully nothing bad happens while I'm gone. I got right back as the 10% battery thing went through. Good timing. Chips. Yeah, well, this was part of a previous live stream, and I bought some, so I wanted to show everyone. Yeah, so if you're from Canada, you probably know what giant tiger is, but I don't think they exist anywhere else in the world. But anyway, they got all these like funny house brands, and my favorite one has to be for the totally not Doritos. It's just ranch triangles. That doesn't look at all suspicious. Most generic brand ever. Ranch triangles. Giant Tiger is the Canadian version of Family Mart. It looks like a movie prop. This is what I find funny. "15 members now. Goodness gracious. This proves I will watch anything. I'm pretty sure this does not look like a movie prop. I've seen the bag of movie props. They look a lot worse. "14 memberships because he gifted a membership to himself." That's pretty funny. Everyone's using the custom stickers. want the AVR train now that I'm a member. Superstore up here in Canada has something called No Name. That's basically plain yellow packaging, super generic types of products. Yeah, I've seen that too. It's pretty popular. If you watch Rapido Trains' YouTube channel, they're often referencing that. What's the most cringe, weird locomotive? That's a good question. I don't think I have it on me right now, but probably the Tyco Turbo Train. I'm going to try to throw some cars on right behind this as it goes by. Alright, that went well. Are you going to extend the mountain in the background? Yeah, I think I will. I'll probably put a tunnel portal over there and just kind of mesh it into the rest of the layout. The switcher engine stopped. I think it's derailing on this. Tyco Turbo Train was sold under the Roco brand in Europe. I never knew that. I didn't even think they existed over there. I thought it was only an American/Canadian product. I think they might have sold them in Mexico as well, because I'm pretty sure I saw some with Spanish packaging, but yeah, that's interesting. I think this thing has gotten into its groove. It seems to actually be working on the inside circuit now, so that's nice. The Burlington switcher is a Bachmann. It's one of the few Bachmann products that I actually really like. What is that super long Santa Fe near the industrial set? That's a Frankenstein locomotive that I put together a few years ago. I had ordered a lot of locomotives off eBay, and during the shipping, somebody stepped on the box and they crushed them, and I was going to throw away all the shells, and then I was like, well, I don't know, if I'm going to throw away the shells, I might as well glue them all together and make this giant engine, and so that's what I did. The core of it is a piece of wood. Do you have any Bachmann pancake motor drives? I've got an HO scale one, it works, but it's missing all the traction tires except one. I have to use a helper engine. We've got about 1 million Bachmann engines with the older pancake drives, and you can sometimes actually put dental elastics on the wheels to fix that. Not a whole lot happening in here. Looks like this model has not been worked on because the tamper stuff is still intact right there. And made by Kadar. This has a lot more than meets the eye. Pecco also sold Australian labeled trains. So did Lifelike. Sold American trains painted in British colors. Very interesting. I have a question, SMT. If a locomotive sits for a while, will it break down the parts? Not really. The only two things that can happen when an engine sits for a long time is that the lubricants inside it can dry out. And sometimes if the engine is exposed to moisture, because it has dissimilar metals, the metals will react and it can cause things to seize up. But from not running it, it's not like the gears are just going to crack apart and stuff. That's all fine and will hold together. What time is it in Canada? Well, I'm on Eastern Standard Time, so it's 1:13. What day is it? It's Sunday. What's your favorite Heritage unit? I think the New Haven ones, the P32 DCs. Since you're in the future, can you tell me what happened? I want to say something smart there, but I can't think of anything. Do you like CSX? It's fine. I see a lot of CSX trains whenever I'm down in Maine, but it's pretty much my only exposure to them. Hurricane Guy, I don't see your comments. Lifelike also sold South African trains made by Lima. Well, it kind of makes sense because I believe a lot of the steam engines, especially that were originally used in South Africa, were French. Did you ever get an old school Union Pacific steam locomotive from the 1800s? Yeah, I did, and I think I got like the DeWitt Clinton or something. I have a few of them. I like the P-32 with the Operation Lifesaver paint scheme. Yeah. Will those electric locomotives run on the trolley line? Like this thing? I don't think it could handle the radius. Are you a Canadian Pacific Kansas City, Canadian Pacific KCS, or CN paint scheme fan? Well, I like the original Canadian Pacific and original Kansas City Southern paint scheme is better than the new combination paint scheme. I feel like the new Kansas City Canadian Pacific paint scheme gets a little bit more hate than it deserves. Honestly, it looks a lot like AWVR's paint scheme, but it's too minimalist. They could have added more detail to it. As for Canadian National, I really like their paint scheme. Is the Frankenstein locomotive longer than the Centennial? It is, and I think because it's an ABA set, it's also stronger. I low-key like the Canadian Pacific Kansas City Southern paint scheme. Yeah, I feel like it gets more hate than it deserves. SMT, the Virginian pulling coal, very classic. Yeah, I thought people would like that. I want to build a line up the side here, and I'm going to call it the Virginia Creeper. If any of you out there have ever had the misfortune of dealing with Virginia Creeper, you'll know why as a climbing line that makes sense. If ever you have a enemy in your life, somebody who you want to give trouble, plant some Virginian Creeper in their yard. They'll be dealing with it for the rest of their lives. SMT, would plastic-free contact cleaner help with cleaning rails and locomotive wheels? I'm hesitant to use track brake because their abrasive could trap the dirt in the rails after use. Maybe so. I mean, they do sell specific track cleaners. Yeah, you have to be careful what you use because there are some track cleaners which leave a residue on the track in order to protect it from oxidization. But unfortunately, because there's that oily residue, the traction tires on certain engines will actually absorb that and you'll lose your traction. So just keep that in mind if you decide to apply something. Because personally, I use abrasive cleaners and I haven't had any major problems, so I don't know. You run the Centennial? Yeah, sure. I wonder if the Centennial would run on the inside circuit. Can you see my comments now? I can see the comment asking about the comments, but I don't see any others. My Bachmann CSX has broke a screw that holds the drive shaft. Do you have any idea what size it could take? Well, you could just put a larger self-tapping screw and see if that works. Oh. What monstrosity is the Santa Fe on the left? Something I cooked up in the lab. You still have it. People always think I've thrown this out or something. I think we're gonna have another derailment in a second here. No, went right through that time. Nice. Oh. I'm surprised it made it that far into the tunnel. If that wasn't in the way, I feel like it would have gone right through. Just say the word Susudio. I don't know. To me, this sounds like the kind of music they play over some sort of a sports fail reel. Well, I guess the Centennial is cooked. It doesn't want to power up anymore. That's not good. Did that derailment somehow fry the decoder on this? Yeah, I think I broke it. Still power in the track. I think we've heard it. Oh. It just needed a breather. After a crew change, it's back in action. Oh, the crew that went off the track here probably got rattled. What if it does it again and reaches the trolley line? It might. Underwear change more like. I'm seconding. I'll go look for a caboose. I probably shouldn't leave this Centennial unattended. It's probably going to cause a massive accident while I'm gone, but try to be fast. Yes. Let it go through here one more time just to buy myself some time. Okay. He left to get a caboose. I found one. And I found a pretty nifty one too. How do you like that? Wait a minute. Wrong controller. Whoops. Is the spotlight working? Yeah, you can kind of see it glowing. It's not super bright. How many trains have you tried running on their max before? I think the most I ever did was about 11 at the same time. Is the staging area working? Not yet. It all needs to be wired. Derailment. Oh, yeah, you're right. How's that for cinematography? Why is watching model trains going around and around so relaxing? I don't know, maybe it's time to start an ASMR channel. Lights off. Yeah, I can do that. There we go. Woo! I still need to work on getting more of the lighting around the layout actually working. Hey, I'd never noticed this before. I didn't realize the interior of that was lit. Huh, the more you know. You can really see the light on the back of this one clearly now. Hopefully the Centennial doesn't derail in the dark, otherwise that's going to be a lot harder to fix. You're welcome for the surprise. The Virginian set doesn't show up as well on camera, but in person it actually looks pretty cool seeing it all lit up on the interior like that. Use low light for the camera light. I don't know if I can maybe just flash going lightly, so we'll kind of give that exploring at night vibe. What's the story behind the pickup truck emoji sticker? A lot of people today might not remember this because it was in the earlier days of the channel, but at the time I was just making jokes about distinctive Dodge Rams because you see all these guys driving their Dodge Rams around and they customize it and it's like, oh, that's a distinctive Dodge Ram. For whatever reason, that really resonated with people at the time, and so everybody was making jokes about distinctive Dodge Rams. And so a few years ago, I picked up a model of a second gen Ram, and I added that to the sticker list as a nod to that. See if I can get a shot of the Virginian engine going by. Ranch triangles in low light conditions. Yeah, it does have a coupler on both sides. Maybe I could turn it around. See if I can get a nice view of the Centennial going by. Any paranormal activity in the house? Yeah, there's a guy doing a live stream at 1:40 in the morning running trains. Paranormal activity in the house, a ghost that keeps uncoupling cars and switching tracks. That is pretty paranormal. I can see your comments, Dead Zone. Anyway, I think they'll get some of these lights going again. Thunderville at dusk to dawn. Clyde, thanks for becoming a member. Make the great train race. Like they did between England and Germany years ago. Whoops. Do you have any Rock Island locomotives? I have a few, yeah. Any ideas for a track plan? Does anybody have any ideas? Look up track plans online, see if you can get some inspiration. And you give me an explanation on that 040 off the track on the layout. I've been dying to know why it's there. That is out of my dad's original collection. Years ago, when I was a kid, I accidentally burnt the motor out of it, and it just kind of seemed wrong leaving it in the bin, so I added it as a decoration on the layout. Now, as I've gotten better at repairing trains, I was able to put a motor in this and get it working, but it wasn't the right voltage and motor. So at some point, I'm going to have to do a rebuild and actually get this thing running correctly. But even if I get this thing running, I think it will remain a decoration on the layout because I don't know, it's kind of become part of it. And that seemed like a bad one. You still have that broken train that fell on the floor. Do you sell it? Ha! It finally happened. Everybody was saying these were going to collide at some point. Is the dirt road made out of cinnamon? This one isn't, but I've done that before. It works. You have Seattle Sounder 902. I don't think so. Making the roads out of cinnamon would probably make it smell way too good. Well, that's one of the best benefits. You're running GP7 with the Burlington Northern paint scheme. Not sure if I have one on hand. Do you have any Norfolk Southern in hand? I was running one earlier. There's something else people want to see. I could probably do that. Do you have any steam engines? Yeah. We'll get the Richard Dreyfuss running. Is that a DDA 40X? Yeah. Why is it called the Richard Dreyfuss? Well, the engine itself is a Dreyfuss Hudson, so over the years when people were requesting it, they started saying, oh, it's the Richard Dreyfuss. Richard Dreyfuss's train on Close Encounters. I had an Athearn DDA 40 HO skill when I was younger. I gave it away to a friend. He came up with the streamlined design. I don't think Richard Dreyfuss was around when this engine was built. Dreyfuss is the last name of the guy who designed the streamlining for the NYC J3 Hudsons. That's why they're called that. Athearn made a DD40 that was created ahead of time. It existed only on blueprints. But Atherin went ahead of time. It's awfully bold of them to do that. My cat got on the train table. I had that happen quite a few times. Everyone makes mistakes, like making a monstrosity out of poor F7s who were victims. Yeah, the poor things. Have you decided about the Hershey factory yet? Well, I've decided that I'm not going to move it until May of 2027. I don't know where. If it ends up here, I don't know where it's going to go. Just going to go grab a water. Alright, I'm back. I see layout work has been done very awesome. Yep, should be a video out within the next few days. Just have to wire this little piece of joy up. You need a DeLorean at the end of the trestle with a steam engine behind it. I couldn't find the Sierra, but it's close enough. Ever run one of those cheap model power F units from the 90s, early 2000s? I remember the one I got. It's insanely fast to the point where I have to be careful, cut the throttle not to launch it. Yeah, I have a few of those. They're fun. '69, '88. We had the steam locomotive. On the QJ. Alright, I'll put it on. I think that'll be the last one for tonight, though. Been live streaming for 268 minutes. The Virginia Creeper is performing very well. I'm quite impressed. Return to the US. Well, my understanding of the QJ is that the United States was supplying Russia with 210-2 locomotives, and then the embargo put an end to that, so they invented the LV, and then the LV was handed over into what became the QJ, and now several QJs have ended up in America, so it's kind of just gone full circle. What was the highest amount of viewers you ever had on the live stream? I think it was around 500. So like a decapod, the QJ circle of life. This is the longest live stream. Yeah, it's a record breaker. All right, well, I think I'm going to call it a night there, but thank you all so much for joining in this evening. As usual, had a lot of fun running different trains and chatting with all of you out there, and I hope you did as well. I'll read off a few last comments before I finish this completely, just in case anybody has any final questions here, but I'll probably finish it off in like a minute. Hey, SMT, I know I already asked, but come on, man, I gotta know. Do you still have the beard, or did you get rid of it? No, I still got the beard. I don't know if... Well, let me turn this around. What would you suggest for wiring? Well, if you want to go overkill, you could get yourself some trailer wires and use those as feeders. Can't wait for another video. Can we expect one soon? Probably within the next week. Hopefully sooner, but sometimes things go wrong, exporting the video and stuff, and so I just don't want to set everybody's expectations, because I'm still not even done filming this. W Beard, man, gotta love it. Thank you. Alright, well, I'm gonna call it a night, but yeah, thank you all so much for tuning in.